All right, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day and ready to have a big one, right? Should be a fun day. Getting a little bit of action here pre-market. Finally, right, getting a little bit of volatility on the index level after that core CPI print. So hopefully we can get a little bit of joy for ourselves here this morning. Right, been a really fun week here so far. Yesterday, right, we had that absolute monster with Tesla. So we're gonna make sure, right, that we're doing a couple things here today. One, right, we're not changing our process. We're not compromising on any trades, right? We're not starting to go after plays that aren't there. We're certainly not going to go after stuff that is of lower quality or it isn't as impressive, right? A plus only setups. Or conditions, right, that are sort of A plus only. Not going to be forcing any trades, right? Not going to be forcing action if it isn't there, right? Historically, most traders, right, have their biggest losses after their biggest wins. So the way we want to kind of protect ourselves around that, right, is being super aware of that, for one, right, and then making sure that we're double checking, right, triple checking sort of all of our setups before they happen. So that's going to be number one priority, guys, right? Not going to get too high, right? Not going to get too low from any of our sort of results, right? 24-hour rule, on to the next one, right? On to the next day. So with that in mind, right, let's kind of go over some of today's action. Position sizing, none of that stuff is going to change. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not compromising on any of my trades, right? Slight increase in momentum here in the SPY. Right, not quite above average, but slightly better than on Monday. Right, not the best candle if we compare this to the candlestick chart. Right, we're kind of in that least bearish to neutral bearish kind of range. Right, I wouldn't say that this on SPY is super convincing. Right, volume's not that strong. We still have a lot of evidence of dip buyers. So this is maybe holding up a little bit better than you'd like to see, right, if you want to chase this to the downside. If we do get a lot of weakness here, right, we're going to need to see pretty impressive volume. What's nice about it being sort of a low volume standard here on the daily, right, is that that standard becomes a little bit easier to clear. So if this thing breaks down and holds under here this AM, right, under, say, this 465.80 area, if we can break and hold there on like an outlier, really huge volume, we can start to take a look at this. Right, the CPI print this morning was a lot worse than expected. Right, inflation is higher than expected, so that's bad for stocks. Right, that the way to combat that is with the rate hike. Right, rate hike makes stocks more expensive. Right, yada yada yada. So we have a negative news catalyst here. Right, if we can now get a strong volume catalyst to match that up, right, we're going to have an opportunity for a strong bearish setup here, right? So that would be sort of my biases this morning on the SPY. We have that catalyst now, so let's see if that volume can step in, right, with a strong candlestick, something that looks like this most bearish, second most bearish, normal body bearish, right, to then help push us down, right? QQQ is going to be a very similar story here to the SPY, except we got kind of two things that are a little bit better, right? It's the prettier sister, right? If we're going to look at it, it's a B versus C plus setup, I think, right? Because this is still not a perfect candle, but we've got increasing volume, that's outlier volume and above average. And then if we're kind of looking at these candle bodies, right, comparing them, the body on this QQQ is just a little bit more full, right? Just a little bit more impressive, right? Leans a little bit more towards this normal body bearish, right, compared to, say, the SPY. So if we're going to be looking at one or the other right off the opening bell and we're chasing the setup, right, QQQ has given us that better look here initially. So we'll see how this shapes up too, right? We're still looking for that same concept where it's not quite perfect here pre-market, right, where yesterday, okay, we got that increasing momentum, but maybe not the strongest indication of sellers. So we'd like to see, right, if this thing can really break down, right? And the way that's going to happen for us is if we get that full body, right, full body candle, full volume, and then it can really push. So I'd like to see that happen, right? Same story as on SPY. And so we'll judge those relatively, right, based on market open. So however that volume reacts, right, however things sort of decide to behave here this AM, we'll get a really good indication, right, of what this story is going to be. If things go bullish here, it's probably a little bit tough for us on Q and SPY, right, to want to ride these things up, right? There's a lot of pressure here now, maybe, and just a little bit of a ways to go, right, before it breaks out towards all-time highs. I just think with with some maybe this like negative news, right, it's going to be a fairly exhausted move to give us this breakout. So hard to kind of be particularly bullish here, right? At least on these index names. Maybe tomorrow, right, if we can get that 400 breakout, we're back in play. But we're just not there yet, right? Apple's another one. We're kind of struggling against this sort of trend line still, right? Isn't able to break down, isn't able to break out here. And so we're kind of getting this like consolidation period hanging around this 150 mark. Now with this negative news catalyst, right, CPI is not going to be good for something like Apple either. Maybe we can get this thing to break down and give us that follow through towards that 148.60 area, right? Maybe something like that. So we could get a little bit of follow through maybe towards this 147.60, right? We've got room down. It's kind of what the point is. So again, right, same thing. Bearish pressure here, right? If we're looking at the bullish candlesticks, kind of looks like the least bullish of candles. Right, kind of a mix in between there. So we're not exactly seeing a ton of relative strength here from this Apple, and it certainly has the legs to possibly push us down and really, really move. So I'd like to see this thing continue breaking, right, to get out of this consolidation period and to break down under that 149.80. If it does, then I think this thing's got a lot of room. We have a little bit of potential, and Apple could be a lot of fun. Right, we haven't been able to trade it for a while inside this consolidation. So generally, right, the longer things consolidate, the longer that pop can be. So again, right, same thing like we talked about with the SPY. When that volume is above average, right, and we have that consolidation period, the volume standard that we need to clear, right, to jump into this isn't nearly as high, and that certainly makes it a lot more of an interesting play for us to get involved with. So hopefully something like this Apple can set up, right, and give us that breakdown. If for whatever reason, right, we're unable to get sort of that momentum here this morning, right, or we get that reversal and things move out, well, we're gonna have a trend line breakout here that we can look, right, to play. I think it's a little bit unlikely now with that news catalyst, right? I think that makes the narrative just a little bit more challenging, but that would be the case to watch here, right? So same thing like we talked about with QQQ and SPY, is how bull case might be a little bit hard. It's just got a little bit of a ways to climb here before it's ready. So it just might be a bit exhausted, right, as it gets up there. It's probably the same thing here on Apple. So if it doesn't give us that, if it does give us that bullish reversal, right, we're probably going to have to stay away, or it's going to be one we're going to struggle to kind of get right. We're going to struggle to kind of get involved with. Really, Tesla's given us a possible continuation setup here, right? We played this yesterday. It was an insane day. So two things we need to keep an eye on, right? I'm going to keep an eye on these notes all day long. Don't want to compromise our process, right? Just because we made a huge win, right? We had a 400% win on Tesla yesterday, doesn't mean we need to, right? Doesn't mean that we need to compromise our process or play with our winnings, right? We're not playing a roll up. We're not playing with what we won yesterday, right, or what we earned yesterday. We're locking that in, right? We're realizing those gains. We're trying to make this process independent of that outcome. So we need to make sure, right, that we're not compromising our process after a big win, right? That is the same thing: setup, confirmation, execution, and we're only going after this if it's showing us those signs of strength, right? Relative strength, and then we're not chasing this if the IV is going to continue to be really, really nasty, right? So Tesla's been very, very expensive to trade this week, and we've had kind of two stories here, right? Monday we had a $20 move that we lost money on, right? It moved up $20 because the IV was so expensive that we got priced out of it, right? And then yesterday, right, we had that IV that was sort of just under that area, right? Sort of that sub 80 area. And we were able to really get that mega follow through. So we want to make sure that if we do chase this, right, if we do get this thing to set up, that we're not pricing ourselves out of these puts. That being said, right, when we're looking at this pre-market, Tesla's given us probably the strongest looking setup, right, where it's a full body bearish candle or normal body bearish candle, right, however you want to make the argument. I'm saying this is full body bearish, right? This is a huge candle body, huge volume, right? So we're seeing a ton of bearish strength here, right? If we're seeing strong sellers, right, we're expecting to see that to be represented in a full body bearish candle, right? That's the strongest version of that. And then if sellers are strong, right, we're expecting to see a high amount of them, right? The strength in numbers in trading. And we're certainly seeing that, right, with this volume profile. So we're pairing that up, right? Strong candle, strong volume, right? We have really good clue here that bears continue to show us relative strength, right? Now pair that with the market that might be showing us a little bit of weakness, right? Might be showing us a little bit of a negative news catalyst, right? Certainly seems like this Tesla could be in play today, right? Again. So we need to be very, very careful, right? That we're not pricing ourselves out of any place here. And that we're making sure that we're chasing the right risk reward. If it does break down, I'm looking for a move under 1,000. I think that's going to be a bit of a psych level, right? I don't think it's worth chasing in between. So if we can break down under $1,000, I think we got room towards that 940, right? Very limited resistance here, right? This is a breakout above all-time highs, and so that has a chance to fill. If that like 942 breaks, right, this low of day breaks, right, this area, this gap fill could come really, really quickly, and things could get crazy again on Tesla. So we'll keep an eye on that, guys, right? That certainly looks like it could be an interesting one. And then kind of last but not least in sort of these core names is this Microsoft. So Microsoft is showing us really good relative strength, right, compared to the indexes and compared to sort of the other leading names, right? It's not behaving like this Tesla. It's holding up. It's consolidating, right? It's staying within a very, very tight cluster inside all-time highs. Hey, good morning. Right? So staying really, really tight cluster. If this thing can break out and give us that pop up and over, right? Especially if things go bullish this morning, right? I think Microsoft is going to be a really, really strong candidate because it's showing us this relative strength, right, at all-time highs. Its path of least resistance is probably the easiest of these names. If things go bearish here, right, I don't really want to fight it because it's been showing us that most relative strength, right? It's been showing us the most stubbornness in this run-up towards today's action, right, or towards in the run-up inside today's action. So let's not fight it being stubborn, right? If it's been stubborn so far, we're going to continue assuming it's going to be stubborn until we're proven otherwise, right? We don't need to be first, we need to be right. So if we get bear setups, right, I think we're going to have stronger setups. If we get bullish setups, I think Microsoft is going to be our best bet. Maybe we'll have a few other names right here that show us a little bit of something, but we'll judge that volume profile right as it sets up. I don't want to give anything away here, guys. Right? Yesterday's trade was a month maker, pretty much. Right? It was insane. So let's make sure that we're not giving anything away. Let's make sure that we're not taking any dumb decisions, and let's make sure that we're having a ton of fun here. That being said, guys, if you have any chart requests, anything that you're looking at, anything that's kind of catching your eye this morning, let's go over it here. Otherwise, right, we got about 17 minutes here to market open, so make sure you're not lagging too far behind on the stream, right? You spend a few minutes to kind of visualize a successful trading day. Make sure your execution software is up and that you're ready to have yourself a really, really big day. So I'm just going to step away here for a minute or two, make myself a cup of coffee, and then I'll be back at it. So if you guys are looking at any tickers, pop them in the chat and we will go over them. Otherwise, guys, introduce yourselves, say hello, and let's have ourselves a big day. AB. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome to DTR Wednesday. Thank you for joining us. A little bit about myself. I've been trading for it's a little bit over 8 years now. I started my career working for a pretty big fund in the UK, where I was taught how to trade. Moved back to Canada a few years ago and decided to kind of go out trading for myself and been sort of doing that ever since. So if you have any questions or anything that you're stuck on or anything that you're working on, feel free to ask away. My objective here is to help you become a profitable trader, right, or become as profitable as a trader as you possibly can be. And so let me know if I can help you in any way. What's your streaming quality at? I don't think there's any on my end. YouTube's telling me everything's excellent conditions, excellent quality. So apologies, but I can't help more than that. If for whatever reason, right, this isn't working, I have a backup link you can try. Uh, this is a secondary link I've been using, and yeah, you could try to check out on ShareVision as well if it isn't working adequately for you here. For full disclosure, right, the latency on ShareVision, right, is about 45 seconds. On YouTube, it's about 3 seconds. So guys, we're starting to get a little bit more volatility here this morning, right? Beautiful sight to see the VIX creeping up back towards that 20 handle. Now at 18.36. 10-year Treasury climbing up today, but under that 1.5. So we're not going to be too focused on that today. But if VIX wants to keep climbing up, right, maybe that's going to create a little bit of extra pressure on this market today. Like I said, I think there's a lot of potential here this morning, guys. I think there's a room for some joy. Hopefully we can have a little bit of fun out there. Hopefully we can catch a really clean setup. But I really want to just keep stressing, right? Let's not give anything away. Let's make sure that we're managing our position sizing appropriately. One thing that's really important, guys, is that your position sizing is dynamic, right? And so for myself personally, I try to keep my I try to quantify, right? You need to be able to quantify what your risk is before you enter every trade, right? And you need to quantify what that is as a dollar for your account, right? So if I'm entering a trade, right, I should know what my risk reward ratio is, right? I should know where my entry target is. I should know where my stop loss is. I should know where my profit target is, right? I should know all those sort of things. But I should also know how much I should be up, or how much I should be expected to be up if I get stopped out. Sorry, if I get like to my first profit target, right? And then I know I always know, right, what my approximate P&L will be if I get stopped out. So this allows me to keep things consistent, right? If I don't want to lose more than $100 a trade, then I can size my positioning to make sure I don't do that, right? If I'm quantifying my risk, I can make sure I do that. Then if you're keeping your risk consistent, right, you're keeping making your position sizing dynamic. As long as you're pursuing a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio or better, right, you can apply really any basic edge to the market and you're going to climb up, right? So if you apply a risk reward of 2-to-1 or better, right, keep your risk dynamic, right, keep the dollar risk relatively consistent, you can basically flip a coin, right, have a 50-50 outcome, and you're going to break even, right? So anytime you can apply an edge of 51%, right, or of 55%, or of 60%, right, you're going to start really climbing really fast, and you're going to see incredible improvement and growth in your trading account. But you need to learn these skills, and need to learn these these are like the basic fundamentals, right, you have to master. And once you do that, guys, right, it becomes a numbers game, and you're really going to fly. For reference, right, a max position size for me is a stop loss of 10% or less on the options, right? And so that means if I'm taking a approximate stop loss of 20%, I am in a half size position, right? I am not in a full size trade. I'm sizing down my play to keep my risk consistent. So I want to make sure that I'm never taking a loss greater than 10% of my max position size. And that makes it, right, really easy for me to compound gains, right, stack up wins, and just keep growing my account. There's an extreme power of 10%, guys, right? If you catch one 10% win a day, right, that's 1% account growth a day. You double your trading account every 70 days, right? That's incredible growth, right? That's incredible speed. Maybe you're not going to be a millionaire overnight, but that's not realistic, right? But if you work at it 2 years, 3 years, right, you grind and you work, right, this is how you achieve sort of sustainable winning results. So hopefully I can show you guys how to do that. Hopefully we can have a really fun day here and absolutely crush it, and looking forward to today's action. So if you guys have any questions, any sort of concerns or anything you're looking at pre-market, let's go over it here, guys. We got about 8 minutes to go. Otherwise, going to do a quick rundown again here of what I'm looking at, and hopefully we can get ready to dominate a day. All right, everybody. So a couple things, right? Just quickly go over today's pre-market action here. So core CPI came out today, right? CPI number print larger than expected. Inflation running larger than expected, right? The way to curb inflation is to raise interest rates, right? So let's see if this thing, right? That's bad for stocks, right? That's negative pressure. That's going to push things down. Let's see if this thing can really break, right? What we don't have here in the index, on the index level though, is the strongest of candles, right? Really good volume on QQQ, but not particularly the strongest candles. So we need to see strong volume outliers. We need to see strong candle outliers, right? Full body bearish candles to the downside if these things break. Right, that would be my number one priority. Something like this Apple, right, same concept. We're looking for a breakdown under that 149.80, right? If that happens, then this thing can really start to move. And so I think there's a little bit of potential here. Right, Tesla, we're looking for a continuation of this huge day it had yesterday. Right, if we're looking at the candlesticks, right, this is the either the most bearish, right, normal body bearish, however you want to qualify it, right, kind of up to you. But we're seeing strong sellers, right? If we see strong sellers, we're expecting to see strong volume. So check and check. Now we're getting a negative news headline, right, in the general market, maybe some pressure from the other indexes, right? So extra check. Certainly looks like it's probably going to be the strongest setup to the downside here pre-market. Need to make sure we're doing two things though here, right? We had a huge win in this Tesla yesterday, right? 400%. So we're not gambling with that money now here, right? It's not like, oh my gosh, I had this huge win, so now I can go bigger position sizing to go even more, right? That's not what we're doing. That I'll be really mad at you guys if you do that. As a psychological mistake, right? So don't do that. We don't change our process. We don't up our position sizing after a big win, right? We don't change anything about what we do, right? We don't compromise our process, and that includes sizing up. Two, right? We're not going to chase this down if the IV is incredibly expensive. So if we're above, say, that 80 IV, right, we're going to stay away from it because we've had examples now of sort of the both extremes here. On Monday, right, $20 move Tesla to the upside, and we couldn't get that reward, right, because the move was already priced in because those contracts were so just gosh darn expensive. So now what we'd like to see, right, is that IV sub 20, right, get that strength, really start to push this thing down, and then we can hopefully jump in without getting priced out of a move, right? That would be fantastic. Microsoft is one to keep an eye on if things go strong here this AM, right? If we get that breakout, it seems fairly unlikely now, right, that we're going to get a ton of strength. But Microsoft has showed us the most relative strength, right, compared to some of those other leading names. So we've had a low volume consolidation here, just under all-time highs, right, not really making lower lows consistently. So if we get strength here, right, maybe this Microsoft is going to be a number one candidate. But at the very least, right, because it's been showing us that extra stubbornness, right, but because it's been showing us that, that extra reluctance to want to sell off, it's going to be hard to want to short this, right? We don't need to be the hero being first on this. We just want to be right. So let's wait till we get a full body, bearish close on increasing volume here, right, to invalidate some of this strength that we've seen in this run up. So Microsoft is kind of bullish or bust, right? Tesla is kind of bearish or bust. Apple can go either way, but it's going to need a lot of work to get above that 153, right? And then sort of the same thing for these indexes. So hopefully we can get a little bit of joy here this AM. Hopefully we can find some strength and look to take advantage of it. But no compromising our process, guys. Let's have a lot of fun, and let's absolutely crush it today. If you guys have any questions, if there's anything you guys are looking at, right, pop in the chat. That's what I'm here for. It's likely if you have a question, right, someone else has that same question too, and it helps everyone. So don't hesitate. I do my very best to highlight where my stop loss and entry locations are. Entry I try to do with a green line, stop loss with a red line. But sometimes things go pretty quick and it just ends up being two lines. But I'll try to talk you guys through that as it happens. Hey, good morning, Caleb. So let's have ourselves a good day. Let's have a lot of fun, and let's get ready to rumble here, guys. So we have a lot of flexibility on how we can trade today, right? Because we've got such big ranges, we have such big levels to deal with. Like on this Tesla to the downside, right? Under this 1,000, we're looking for a move towards that 942 area. So that's a ton of room down, right? So we can be very, very patient, right, waiting for this thing to set up the way we want, right? If it's not perfect off that opening bell, don't need to chase it, right? We're going to have, if the trade is strong, right, it's going to give us multiple points of entry, and we'll get an opportunity to jump in. We don't need to be first, right? We don't need to be heroes. We need to be right. So let's see if this thing will set up, right? Apple giving us that nice breakdown here so far. Maybe we get a little bit of strength here, right? Keep an eye on this volume. Well, I don't know why it's being so slow. If it can creep up above sort of this previous bar, right? Certainly looks like it's going to be on pace to do that. Maybe we're going to have a chance here. But like I said, guys, right? We're not going to be heroes. Let's wait till we get those full body, full volume candles, and then we'll see what else wants to come together. Wow, huge volume from Palantir so far. So NVIDIA, right? Interesting looking setup, and I think this is one to be pretty easy to get trapped into to the downside. So one I'm going to want to stay away from. But the reason I say that is this candle here, right? Same kind of concept as on Tesla where you get that huge volume, but not quite a bearish engulfing candle. So not the most relative strength, right? Not the best relative-wise. So I'd like to see maybe a little bit better here. Tesla, right? Getting good volume so far. Certainly well on pace, right, to be well above average. Might be worth trying to keep an eye on that IV, right? At that moment, the implied volatility 1092. It's a bit aggressive, right? It's going to price us out of most moves, right? So if we're getting kind of this general market flush, we're going to be able to find something that's cheaper, right, more affordable for us. But then also hopefully, right, like something like this Apple, right? This is looking pretty good. So worth keeping an eye on these, right? IV here, if it's 100%, I'm going to be shocked, right? 22.9. So we have a much more reasonable pricing structure here, right? So we'll keep an eye on this, right? Another 2 minutes to go. I'm not going to chase anything first 5 minutes, right? And then we can look to go. QQQ has a chance to go bearish engulfing on volume 2. Maybe show us that sign of strength. SPY, maybe slowest volume pace of all these names. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this. Tesla, guys, is too expensive. They're going to be too expensive for me to want to chase at the moment, right? We're taking a look at that IV 15 minutes in, but for now at that over 100%, right? Just too expensive. So Apple-wise, right, probably going to be looking at something like the 148 puts here. But we're waiting here, guys. We're waiting. We can afford to be very patient and just watching these volume profiles, right? On a great pace here so far. So I like the look of this. My only concern with these 148s is maybe the spread is bouncing around a little bit more than I'd like to see, right? 3% spread occasionally on this Apple is maybe a little bit less consistency than I'd like to see. So we'll see if this can tighten up as we get closer towards this candle close. So like I said, guys, looking at the 148 puts here, just watching those spreads, though. Just watching those spreads. And let's see how this thing closes. I want to make sure that this is a full-body bearish candle, right? I don't think it's going to be quite there. So we're going to wait on this, guys. We're going to wait on that. QQQ, same thing. We're going to wait, right? These just not strong enough, right? Just not good enough. So I'm going to be really patient here, guys. I'm going to be really patient. Let's see if this thing will set up for us maybe on the 15. But I don't want to chase this action here at the moment, right? A little bit trappy maybe. So let's not force this down yet, right? Let's see how this thing wants to shape up, and then we can look to chase. Relative volume wise, right? Now we can take a look and see if there's something else that's screaming out to us that really demands our attention. So continuing to be very patient here, guys, right? No setup on Apple. No setup on Apple here. If it does, we're going to wait for this to go in the 15-minute time frame. Just didn't get a strong enough candle close, right? Tesla didn't give us a strong enough candle close under either, right? So we can't chase this up, right? This indecision, right? This lack of strength holding under these lows, not a great sign. So we need to see that to hold. Microsoft, we don't want to play this to the downside here yet. If we get that strength, maybe this thing will recover, but now it's got a lot of work to go. If we get a red to green move, maybe we can play a break over that 334.70, right, out towards those all-time highs. So things aren't dead here yet, guys, but we need to just be patient, right? We're going to wait for the 15-minute time frame now for things to set up, right? 5-minute signals, not fantastic, right? Let's get some of this chop out of the way, and then we can figure out what this market wants to do. So patience, right? We're gonna be a little bit patient here still. Nothing to force yet. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks good. Great one to trade if you want to trade on the underlying. Um, yeah, if you get like a 15-minute or increasing volume here on this next candle, right, has a chance. I just can't chase this, right? I'm looking at the options. Open interest is good. Option volume not so great. So I don't have confidence I'm able to get in and out when I want to at that option volume. So I got to stay away. Right, guys, so waiting on the 15 min here for Apple, right? Waiting on the 15 min here, guys. See if these things break down. Tesla surprising. So yeah, if you can play it, right, wait for this thing to close. You get that breakout over. So you got levels, right? You got room towards that. Maybe you wait for this 175.40 to break. Dollar away, and then you've got room towards that 180, it looks like. Okay, right, so Apple, 5 minutes away here, guys, right? Not a strong enough candle, right? Not increasing momentum by any means. We need to see increasing momentum if we're going to look to re-enter. Yeah, it looked like it, but that candle close, right? That initial 5-minute candle, just not strong enough on that breakdown, right? kind of looks a bit indecisive, right? Looks a bit neutral. So indecision at an area of resistance, right, maybe means that the resistance is going to hold a little bit. It's tough to be bullish here, though, on Tesla, right? Like to buy this dip up because it's such a high volume day yesterday. So it's kind of scary to like, yeah, just to jump into that. I mean, this Palantir looks super weak, right? This looks crazy weak. Yeah, Nvidia's got some strength for sure. Where did I put it? I just don't know how much room it has up here, right? I don't know how clean it is. Same kind of concept as this Tesla. I mean, maybe this dip buyers, right? A little bit more strength, but like to see how this thing closes, right? Same concept. Full body close here. Maybe you got a chance towards that 307. 300 resistance though, 300 psych level. I'd be careful. So I really like this Palantir, right? If it can continue to set up, it's got a little bit of work to do on this candle body close. If we can get there, I'm going to start taking a look at that option chain here now and just kind of get a rough idea of what we're sort of looking at. Yeah, I mean, we'd be able to find something, right? Those 23 puts, they got like 5.7K traded already, so that's plenty. But we'll see how this shapes up. I don't know if it's going to get there now. Nvidia, right, fading here a little bit into this 15-min close. Probably like to see this close above 300, Caleb, right? I think that's a big psych level. So I'd like to see that happen, I think. Yeah, let's take a look at PayPal. Not for me, right? Hard to make the case that this is building momentum when this candle is less volume than the previous candle bar. So doesn't mean it can't go, but not an A+ setup for me, so I can't chase this up. All right, so 50-min candles, right? Take a look now what we got going on here. So Tesla, right? Still very, very expensive on that IV, right? Over that 100 mark, I think still. 96.5. So I'm staying away from this, right? Those calls are just too expensive, where we're going to get priced out of a move. So I'm not interested in that. Yeah, same thing with this plug, right? Plug IV 105.3. So can't get involved in that. So still being very, very patient here, everyone, right? We're not getting anything that's screaming A plus yet, right? So let's remain patient until we do, right? Don't need to give anything away. We don't need to force any trades. If the action isn't there, right, we can't just give away our money because it's fun to trade. We can't talk ourselves into a play like that, right? That is unsustainable habits, right? Unsustainable. So we're going to continue to wait, right? See if we can find something that wants to set up strong. Doesn't look like we're getting anything on those 15-min time frames, right? Hey, Shiran. Let's take a look at BABA. I hate trading these Chinese stocks sometimes, though. Good increasing volume. If you can get this thing to break out over, say, this 165 on this candle, I think you got a chance here. You got a little bit of like a shelf here that you want to kind of get up and over, right? So call that 165 psych level. I think that could certainly be pretty interesting. So yeah, just call it there, right? And then you kind of have maybe towards like this 166, right? Something along those lines. But I don't know if there's that much upside here. Right, the volume profile going up to it looks really, really good, but I don't know if the risk-reward upside is going to be there. So NVIDIA, right? Breakout up and over 300, right? Holding 301. Decreasing momentum though, right? Higher price, decreasing volume, not a divergence you want to get involved with. So let's see if this thing can give us a close maybe on the 30, right? And then we can look to take a chance, a stab on it. But if we're looking at the shorter time frames, right? It doesn't look like it's setting up for now. Again, guys, right? Not getting that much relative strength here, right? This is fading here on Q, right? It's sort of pre-market resistance, 393.50. We talked about we want to see this to the downside, right? That's now acting as resistance for bullish breakouts. So we need to watch there. I still think this Apple, right, maybe is going to shape up for us. Inside bar on the 15 here would be just fine if it wants to break down. NVIDIA, right, watch. I don't know if it's going to hold that 300. So keep watching there. Like I said, I think maybe this Apple's going to be our best bet if it wants to set up. Again, though, right, we're in no rush here. Nothing's been available to us yet this morning, right? So we're not going to try to rush it and try to be first. We're going to only try to go after, right, what's an A+ setup. So this plug is starting to really look like a bull flag to me. Like, this thing could possibly be explosive. Microsoft could be interesting to the downside here, right? I know I mentioned earlier it's going to be tough to short this, but if it's showing us, right, full body candle as is, right, and full body volume, right, maybe that's going to be the setup. You'd like to think Apple's probably going to give us, right, it would give us that same look. You'd like to think at least. Keep an eye, probably has room towards that 330, right? That would be my first psych area, right? You kind of have 330.80 maybe, right? Then 330, and then you have a little bit of wicks underneath. So I'm not sure how much upside it has or how much potential it has. But that would be worth keeping an eye on too. Hey Justin, yeah, let's take a look at Disney. Always a fun one to trade. Good candle. Let's take a look at the daily here. So I would just say this is my concern here. It looks a bit like whatever, like a consolidation pattern, right? Semantics of where you want to really draw this line here, right? Is it here or is it here? I feel like this has a little bit more points of contact, right? It's a little bit more signs of strength. You got room maybe towards that 177.20, right? About a dollar room. That would be sort of my initial assessment. If you can get that right risk reward, then yeah, maybe you got a chance. But you've got a little bit of resistance towards this 179, right? So personally, I'd probably want to wait to see if you can get that breakout over this 180 area, right? Then you got pretty thin action towards that 182, 185, right? Possibly then even a run towards that 200. But you're going to need the market to be cooperating here. Looks pretty good so far. And then clear this pattern. So for me, still kind of looks like consolidation until it can break out. So BA, right, pretty much exactly the same concept where it's fighting against this upper trend line, right? So we have limited potential here to the upside where it makes this risk reward, right, very, very challenging. So here, right, targeting probably 220, call it 223, right, $2 away or $1 away, right? So same thing, right? You have that $1 risk reward. If you can get 25-cent stop loss or something like that, right? Maybe it's worth a stab, but I think you're running up a little bit of resistance, so it's a challenging one to go after, right? QQQ guys, I think this is probably going to be what's sort of catching my eye here. This is a Bollinger Band reversion play, right? Really good increasing volume, full body candle, kind of giving us that right look. So I think this could certainly be something here. We're going to keep an eye on this, right, over the next, say, 2.5 minutes, right? Watch how this closes. And then we're going to be targeting kind of this 396 area and then hopefully this 399. Right, what I like about this is that this on this like right, the BB reversal is basically, right, we gap out outside of the standard deviation, right? We gap out outside of what's average, what's normal, and then we're going to revert back to the mean, right? So that's really strong, right? If it's the strongest volume bar of the day, right, or of the last couple. So this certainly has a chance, right? Yesterday after that huge sell, we saw a lot of kind of momentum step back in. We have a same chance to get that same kind of quantity of momentum, but with a much stronger candle behind it now. So that for me looks pretty interesting. Tesla, I don't want to get involved with, right? For me, a little bit scary. So for me, this QQQ kind of looks like it's the best looking. For full disclosure, guys, not playing any November 10th expirations on this, right? Last little bit, right? Market can slow down quite a bit after that market open. So I just want to give myself a little bit of extra time here if this thing doesn't run right away. I'm going to be looking, so yeah, November 12th expirations. Probably be looking at the 393 or 394 calls here. Kind of looking at both of them, right? Both have very similar volume, similar enough deltas, right? Similar enough pricing. That they both look really reasonable. Our entry here is going to be a break of whatever the high of this candle is. As long as we get a nice little pullback here, right? So we have a logical area for a stop loss. If this thing runs right away, it's tough to get in, right? Because we have no kind of logical stop, or our stop needs to be this kind of 391 area, which makes our risk reward nearly impossible. So we have about $1.65, right? Or call it $1.70, right? This line isn't perfectly drawn, right? We have a little bit of room, right? Call it $1.75, right? Towards that next level. So we want to make sure that any stop loss here is kind of no greater than, 75, 80 cents, right? We don't want it much. As is, right? Really good shape up. So I'm going to be looking for a breakout over this 394.50, guys. with the, I'm going to look at the 394 calls here. 394 calls, November 12th expiration. Stop loss is going to be under this 394. Just going to get my everything set up here, and then I'll draw the line in. But I just want to make sure I can get in if it goes. All right, so I am in, guys, at 260. 260 on those 394 calls. Okay, so survive that, right? See if this thing can give us that next pop up and over, right? See if we can get that little move. Otherwise, right, if this thing breaks down under this 393, right, that's going to be my, or sorry, under this 394, right, into the 393s, I'm going to be stopping myself out. Okay, still in here for now, right? Still in here for now. Just giving this a second, right? Just watching the level 2, seeing a lot of dip buyers coming in here. So just going to give this a second. Just an extra minute here. Okay, watch, right? Watch if we can get this thing to move here, right? We're getting real close back towards entry price. So let's see if we can get this thing to pop here, guys, right? See if this thing can pop. All right, so right, this thing is starting to move a little bit here for us, right? It's starting to move here a little bit. So make sure that we, when we get to that 10% number, right, as we're creeping up towards that, you look to take a little bit off, right, de-risk, and go to entry protection mode. We're in great shape here, right? We don't want to give anything away, and make sure that we're just stacking up wins. So as this thing kind of keeps climbing up, right, we're getting pretty close towards that 10% barrier, and we're going to look to take some off, right, de-risk and lock in a win. So let's see if it can go, right? It's been a little bit stubborn. It's been a little bit slow. So I might look to de-risk just a little bit early here, right? And we're creeping up real quick here, guys, right? So if we get to that 280 on these contracts, I'm going to look to take some off and de-risk. Yeah, good question. So I usually take I do my position sizing in either quarters or fifths. So either 1/4 off or 1/5 off usually. Yeah, so generally around that much. I find when you get a big move, it tends to have like 3 or 4 waves. Generally not too many more than that. Basically, what the objective is, Adam, is to reduce all your risk and give yourself an opportunity, right, to catch big follow through with absolutely zero downside, right? So that's really all we're trying to do, right? Lock in a little bit of a win, make sure you're finishing green on the play. If it's going to be win by 1,000 paper cuts, right, that's better than death by 1,000 paper cuts. So lock in a little bit, right, and then see if you can get that a little bit of lock in, a little bit of that follow through. Let's go, Rusty. Congratulations, man. Well done. All right, guys, so that is that 280 here on those contracts. I've taken a little bit off, right? So now let's see if we can get that next pop and that next little bout of follow through, right? That's a little bit under 10% for me, but I just wanted to make sure I'm de-risking here a little bit because this thing isn't moving as aggressively as I expected, right? Or as I wanted. So now my stop loss is at entry protection, right? I've taken off about 1/4 of my position, and hopefully we can keep getting a little bit more love here. So stop loss is 263, average entry price 261.5. Just kind of accounting for the spread there. Yeah, so move it to, I want to make sure that I'm finishing green, right? So once you're up 10%, you have zero excuse to let that trade go red or to give anything away. So I push my stop loss to like 1 or 2 cents above my entry price. That makes sure I always lock in just a little bit of a win, right? It's better mentally, it's better psychologically, right? Okay, so be it, right? That was, in the end, right, small win. I got stopped out. But it's a win is a win, right? And so it's better to have that and to work from a position of strength than it is to see all your hard work kind of get wiped out. Right? And you're not going to get mega follow through on every play, right? On every name. It's just not the way it goes. So it's important that we're just keeping our process consistent, right? Keeping it repeatable, and that's how we're going to make sure we stack up big days. So it looks like if you goes, you're looking at BA, right, and looking at PayPal, right. Other people see that same risk reward ratio. Oh man, fuck you, QQQ. Now it's starting to run. That's a little bit annoying. Hopefully, if you guys are still in this and are catching this now, congratulations if you did. Well done. Unfortunately, I got stopped out, but hopefully you guys are catching this and still running her up. Maybe we'll get something else here, guys, right? We'll still look, but nothing's like super obvious here at the moment. Not getting a ton of volatility really anywhere besides like Tesla and Q, and Tesla just kind of priced us out. So need to kind of stay away. Plug maybe is going to give us something on this bull flag breakout, but I would like to see it go above that 43.11 now, right, or 43.10. So, I mean, not the world's biggest outcome there to start the day, right? But is what it is, right? You're gonna act like not every day is gonna be a big win, right? Not every day is gonna have a big move. But if you just keep stacking them up, guys, right, you're gonna have things are gonna average out for you. So, for those of you who caught that QQQ, well done. Good job starting your day off green. Let's see if we can keep adding to it here. Same thing, though, guys, right? Like we talked about that Tesla pre-market. Right, had a green trade, you had a winning trade. Now, right, you can't compromise your process here again. It's got to stay consistent. It's got to stay repeatable. You're not changing your position sizing to go bigger all of a sudden, right, because you have a winning play. You're doing things, right, to keep yourself in a position where you can keep winning, right? That's going to be super important. So let's see if we can keep finding a strong winner, right? Maybe this QQQ will set up for us again. But volume bars, right, aren't giving us that outlier above average on sort of any time frame here at the moment. So we don't have an A+ entry, right? We just don't have one. Everywhere else, like SPY, right? Consolidation, it looks like. Tesla going, but volumes disappeared. And so I'm not going to be playing hero ball, trying to get first one in there. Microsoft's recovering a little bit, but not towards areas where I'm interested in playing it. A few other names, maybe some strength. but not giving us exactly what we want. A little bit annoyed with this QQQ, but nothing we can do there, guys, right? Nothing we can do there. That's the way the market is sometimes. That's the way the market is. So while we're waiting for something to set up, how many of you guys are checking out DTR? Right, first DTR Wednesday. So QQQ starting to fade. Makes me feel a little bit better. We got stopped out, right? They didn't run like a monster, but not the end of the world. Everything else, right? Looking a little bit more quiet. Not seeing anything that's like screaming out super obvious here. So guys, right, remaining very, very patient now. We can't give anything away. We can't force any trades, right? We can't compromise our process. Took a small win, right? That's what the market's giving us. We can't force it. So that's okay, right? That's okay. So let's see what will continue to set up for us. But nothing to force, guys, right? Nothing to overtrade. Let's not give anything up just for the sake of it, right? Because it's boring. So let's make sure that we're being just very focused and disciplined and not giving anything up. Not saying this makes me feel better, but it's nice that when you get shaken out of something, right, it doesn't take off as a rocket ship without you, right? That's always a nice little mental reprieve. For now, guys, right, not really seeing anything here. Nothing's really moving for us. That volatility has kind of dried up or disappeared. So we're being really, really patient here. I don't know if we'll get something here now in the next few minutes. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But just kind of watching, right? So if something sets up, obviously I'll put something in the chat or I'll put it in the Discord, right? For those of you who don't want to stick around and watch. Otherwise, right, still sticking around, not going anywhere, not leaving anytime soon. So hopefully we can get a little bit more action, but waiting for things to set up the way we want. So, guys, we're like really slowed out here, right? There's no movement. There's very limited volatility here at the moment. So, unfortunately, right, we're forced to do the only thing we can, right, which is to sit on hands here for now, right? There's nothing to force. There's nothing we can trade. There's nothing that we can give away. So, if you guys see something, right, pop in the chat. We'll go over it. We'll take a look. But I really don't want to give anything away. I really don't want to force anything, right? It's a small green day, nothing crazy. Up $1,600, right? Spot 3% day. It's nothing to be too thrilled about, but right, also nothing to be in a rush to throw away. So let's make sure that if we do find something, right, it's perfect. We're not chasing any garbage. And at the moment, right, we're just not getting the sort of volatility that we want, right? That we need to sort of make that case that we're getting that sort of building momentum. So for now, right, sitting on hands, waiting for something to set up that looks clean, but not quite there yet. So yeah, very, very quiet here, right? Maybe we'll get some inside bars that like formalize some consolidation. Maybe that'll give us a chance at something, but we've stopped moving, right? Things have stopped moving here a little bit. So I'm being really, really patient here, everyone, right? I know I keep kind of repeating myself here a bit, but remaining very, very patient, not giving anything away. Yeah, just really not trying to force anything, right? Not a crazy morning, right? Small little win, nothing insane, and hopefully, right? Hopefully we can find something else here today, but small little green day, not going to give it away. possibly a bit of a bull flag here on the SPY, right? We need to get over kind of like this area, right? That 467.50 zone before it starts to get interesting. My only concern, right, is above this kind of shelf, right? It starts to look a little bit wicky here, right, until that 468 clears. So maybe right, the move with this bull flag is to see what the reaction is within this sort of 50-cent range, and then above, right, you have like $1.50, right, or so to go. So maybe that would be the move here, right? If this thing wants to give us that bull flag breakout, should theoretically get outside of this low vol consolidation, deal with this wick with no problem, and then run us up towards that 469.69, right? So round it up to the fun numbers, and then maybe we get something there. But what it needs, right, is probably a bit more of an impressive volume bar here. Not sure if that's going to be the setup here going into lunch. still has that same problem though, right? Like it's running up against that resistance wall. Good volume on this candle, right, on this bullish engulfing candle, but then, right, this lack of follow through on that preceding candle, right, or that kind of lack of extra momentum, kind of kills it for me, I think, right? There's no, we're not seeing enthusiasm step in, right, to push this towards that area of resistance. So it's kind of hard to, yeah, to feel super bullish about it at the moment. Yeah, like I don't know, with the way the market's behaving today, right? I kind of hate the contradictory message that we're getting, right? So, like the news story that we got, or like the news catalyst we got today, right? Uh, Certainly more bearish than bullish. Yet today's price action, right? More bullish than bearish, and so I hate those conflicting stories. They make it so hard to have confidence that, like, you're going to get that follow through, right? So, um, right, same thing with that BA. It's conflicting story. It's like into an area of resistance, right? We're seeing relative bullish strength, and then yeah, and then just nothing through it, right? So I think for now, right, this market is just telling us to wait, and I think that's what we have to do, right? Like hopefully it'll give us those bouts like yesterday. We had a monster on Tesla yesterday, right? And then that's day over. So if we can find like those kind of things, right, that would be great. But uh, when we these days, right, when we don't get that set up, sort of a initial 30 minutes, right, an initial hour of the day, it needs to be pretty spectacular looking setup for us to want to get involved, because we're just not getting paid for any afternoon moves, right? There's just no follow through. There's just no volatility. So until that changes, right, we need to be pretty patient. Hey, Jag, how you doing? You got crushed by the Optimize this week. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it happens. It happens. The Optimize guy is a friend of mine, so he made sure. Sounds good, Sharon. Yeah, I'll probably be back around 1:30. So we'll talk to you then, man. Enjoy. I'm a little bit annoyed with the fantasy too, though. Right? Like I think I lead the league in points scored, but I'm in fifth place. So like that sucks. It's okay. It's okay, right? Like I would have liked to have seen this 30-min volume be a little bit stronger. It's hard when we look at it on this time frame, right, to make the argument that this is building momentum, right? I see a step up here and steps down here. Man, this is just consolidation, right? This is a nothing range. Let Tesla figure out what it wants to do, right? Breakout, low volume consolidation kind of looks like an ascending wedge pattern, right? If we really want to start to draw things out, right? So let it consolidate within this, right? Maybe get another couple points of contact to the downside, and then it might be ready to give you that breakout. But this just screams consolidation, right? Decreasing volume all the way, not particularly any decisive candles. So screams consolidation. Oh, that is interesting. Okay, I'm gonna check my IB. Yeah, so on my interactive brokers, I see it decreasing volume as well on the 30 min. 15, I see an increase, right? But still not very big. 5 minutes, you see a couple where there's like some outliers. But on the 30, I don't see it increasing volume there. I just see steps down. You could have pre-market volume, maybe, or after-hours volume included in that. Not sure. I mean, I don't know how that would make sense anyway, but I would. I mean, I've got two of mine are looking the same, so I'm pretty comfortable trusting that. But yeah, always sandy check. Right. In all reality, though, here, what you're getting, Jag, right? We got 18 minutes left on this 30-minute candle, right? This is going to be an increasing volume bar, right, at this pace. So wait to see where this thing closes, right? How strong of a body you get, right? How strong of a candle it becomes. Is it one of these, right? And then maybe you're going to get a setup. I would just be careful over lunch, right? And going into that lunch period. But if you get that outlier volume, right, it's hard to walk away. Man, it's the simplest thing, right? If we're gonna argue that we're momentum traders, right, and we're looking to trade breakouts, just like you want to make sure you're going. Like if you're going to a party, right, they're turning the volume up when you're getting there, right? They're not turning the volume down. That's it, right? It's simple as that. So if we then pair that with a any sign of sort of other relative strength, right? We have a really, really strong kind of base system to build our success off of. Yeah, right. So all we care about is if the like the candle and the volume telling us that same consistent story, right? Consistency, right? We want consistency in the chart, consistency in the volume, right? Then we know we've got more times than not, right? We've got relative strength, right? If then we flip a coin, right? We've got a coin that's tilted in our favor, and then it's just a question of risk management, right? And keeping that risk reward consistent, right? 2 to 1 or greater, right? Keeping your losses, your position sizing dynamic, right? Just a numbers game then. Yeah, that was the craziest 15 minutes of my personal trading career. That was nuts. My biggest trade ever. Was just a stoke that a few members caught it too. So that's like always a huge perk. But that was the same thing, right? High volume, right? High volume candle, right? Outlier volume, right? Strong bearish candle to the downside on the 15 min, and that's a textbook setup, right? So here, right? Outlier volume opening 15 minutes, right? Strong candle. I mean, we had $3 risk, and it ended up being like $100 move. Can't get anything better than that. At the moment, it sort of seems like we're getting like really quiet days in between days of just like stupid price action. Like we had that Nvidia last week, and then right Friday, Monday was really quiet, and then right yesterday we had that mega Tesla, and then today's been really quiet. So it seems like that's the way the market's kind of behaving a little bit. Uh, no, not. We couldn't get involved, unfortunately. So I was looking at other stuff. But yeah, that was some move, right? So like for me, the entry would have been on this attempt, but just kind of got priced out of it. It's like Monday was a bit of a strange day. We played some Tesla calls that ended up right. The underlying ended up going like $20 on us, like an absolute just monster move. But the premiums were so expensive that we actually ended up losing money on the trade. So after that, I was yeah, kind of. It was just like really funky behavior, like not what you want to deal with. So I was pretty skeptical to trade after that. Yeah, it was so pain, like so sad. Honestly, so devastating. So it was really nice that, yeah, it's really nice that Tesla rewarded us right later on in the week. All right, guys, I'm gonna take off for lunch here. Nothing's moving, nothing's setting up. We're not getting any action. So I'll be back for around 1:30 like always, and we'll get back after it then. So talk to y'all in a little bit. So back from lunch here, everybody. Looks like we're getting a bit of a sell here all of a sudden, right? Nice increasing volume on it as well, right? Kind of out of nowhere here. Interesting timing, right? Tesla continues to consolidate now at this like 1050 area. Microsoft breaking down, but tough one for us to have chased today, so staying away for now. We'll keep an eye on how these candles close here, right? This is kind of a volume explosion. Not quite out of nowhere, but a pretty impressive one nonetheless. So I'd like to keep an eye on this, right? I think this has enough potential to at least show us something, right? I'm hopeful it can. So we'll keep an eye here, guys. We're going to keep an eye for now. See if we can get some full body candles here. But at least on QQQ, right, and on SPY, or at least on QQQ, right? This looks like it's going to be the highest, second highest volume bar of the day, right? So pretty impressive. Continue to watch how this shapes up. So at the moment, right, doesn't look like we're getting very full bodies on these full volume candles. So we're gonna keep away from these for now, but still hanging out here, guys. Right back from lunch, so we'll keep an eye, see if something sets up. Not gonna force it if it doesn't, right? Not gonna force it, but hopefully we do get something here. So kind of like what a reflection of the day we're having, right? Or the type of conditions we're having. The only full body candle we get, right, or this, yeah, only full body candle we get, right, is this one on Tesla, and it's the only one where it is an outlier volume, right? So Apple, right, got the outlier volume. QQQ got the outlier volume. Spy got the outlier volume, right? Microsoft got the outlier volume. Tesla, best looking candle, worst looking volume. So just kind of one of those days, right, where things aren't syncing up for us, and we need to be patient, right, until they do. So guys, we can't chase this if it breaks here, right? The candle buildup on this move, right? Just not strong enough. So I gotta sit on my hands here. It's not A plus. I gotta stay away. So just watching here, guys, right? Maybe something like this Microsoft's giving us a inside bar here, right? Maybe that'll be something, but I still kind of struggle to want to like fight this to the downside, right? Even though this market's been showing us that signs of weakness. So I want to be really, really disciplined, right? I don't really like the conditions at the moment. I don't know if it's super convincing the action that we're getting. So I still want to remain very, very patient here. Yeah, it's really frustrating, but I think kind of one of those days, right, where it's going to froth about before it decides to make that wave. So really, really hard to get in because your timing has to be both perfect and kind of a little bit lucky. So, right, like here, nice full body candle here, right, on QQQ, but right, not that right volume profile. So, if guys, right, if sellers were super strong, right, then we'd get that full body. If we got that full body and they were strong, right, we'd get that full volume. So when we don't get both of them to sync up together, right, it's kind of that indecisive. Uh, yeah, it's. I mean, it's just kind of frustrating, right? Because there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do, right? We can't chase this. We can't. There's nothing here that's screaming A plus, right? And so, kind of have to just stay away, unfortunately, right? There's. It's not perfect. It's not ideal, and so we just cannot force this action, right? If it isn't there. So, for now, I'm going to continue to sit on hands here, guys. I think there's nothing else to do. maybe right here on the SPY, maybe we'll get increasing volume and a full body here, right on this 15. Not perfect by any means, but could maybe shape up. Otherwise, guys, right now these breakouts are moving with particular strength, right, and they're not really sustaining, right? So this is kind of what we expect when we're seeing these not super strong, right? Relative strength isn't as strong as we'd like. So for now, right, I know really boring, but we're going to have to sit on hands here, right? There's nothing clean that setting up. There's nothing to give away. So I'm going to be sitting on hands for now. So, right, guys, on this, at least on the SPY here now, right, if this thing can fill out over the next, say, 15 minutes or so, I actually might even get it here, right? Not bad looking all of a sudden. So we think we've got about $1 rooms down, right, to around that 460, 250 here, right, if we just look at our little blueprint. So worth keeping an eye on these contracts here for a second, right, as is, right, stop loss is pretty justifiable. So maybe this might have just died on us right away, huh? That risk reward probably a little, still within reason, but again, really tight. 50-cent stop for $1 reward, right? So we're right on the cusp here. Can't really let this go up. Okay, there we go. So our risk reward, right? Not justifiable here now, guys. So let's see if we can wait this thing out on the 30-minute time frame now and see if it wants to behave for us. Right, so what we have here, at least, guys, we might get a setup, right? Definitely going to be increasing volume here on SPY, right? Probably going to be increasing on volume on QQQ, right? 10 minutes to go on these 30-minute candles. So we can get full body bearish here, right? Underneath sort of this most, like this most bearish candle here, right? On this SPY in the 30-minute close, right? We're going to have a potential setup here going into sort of that power hour time frame. Otherwise, right, we're not getting too much. So we need to make sure that we're only kind of going after sort of this relative strength here today. So no need to chase here yet, right? No need to chase here. Let's be patient. Wait for everything to shape up in the way we want, right? We don't need to force anything. When it does shape up, right, it's going to be very, very obvious to us, right, that it's showing us that strength. So let's wait, right? We've got that 7.5 minutes here, right? There's very, very limited rush. We have room down, right? We still have about $1 room down, and then we still think we've got room towards that 460 area. So we could get a little bit of joy here, but we need to be a little bit patient still, right? So wait that 7 minutes, right? Let's see how this candle closes, and then we can kind of evaluate from there. Right, at the moment, guys, what we have here is a good setup, right? So we've gotten our break, right? We have our what looks like a relatively full body candle here. So now we just need to get that extra piece of confirmation, and then we can look to take a stab at this, right? Puts wise, I'm going to be playing the November 12th. The volume is going to be exceptional, right, across the board. So really just a question of which one you want to play. The 460 calls probably going to be the ones that I'm looking at here. But I'll let you guys know, right, a little bit closer towards that entry. So good looking volume here, right? Excellent looking volume here so far on this buy, right? We're going to continue to watch to see if this thing wants to behave, right? Some of these other names, right, maybe starting to show us a little bit of little bit of love, right? Index wise, fantastic kind of volume here on Q as well. I think SPY looks a little bit stronger, right? A little bit better volume profile, a little bit. Right? This, right? It's this candle, right, is that candle, and we're greater volume than that. So we should hopefully get a nice clean setup here, right? Still gonna wait another 3 minutes or so, and then we'll see if we can get something here. So like I said, guys, looking at the SPY 460 November 12 puts here, right? Gonna put together the alert for Discord at the moment, but this is starting to shape up. So let's see how this thing wants to come together. Okay, so great close there, right? Great close. Let's see if this thing can give us a tight entry here, right? Gonna be looking for a breakdown under this 462.75, right? Let's see if this thing can give us something clean. So getting close here, right? Getting close. Like I said, looking at the November 12th, 460 puts. Goodness gracious. So this stop loss really getting too big now for that 462.50 move, right? It's gonna be hard to justify this. So We have a slightly better risk reward setup here on QQQ to the SPY, right? SPY, our next resistance is like 50 cents away, right? On QQQ, it's about $1.50. We're thinking like 386, right? 385 areas might have something there. So if things are going to break down, right? If things aren't going to flush, I think maybe QQQ is going to be the way to play it. At least more justifiable. Puts wise, probably going to be looking at the 385 November 12th puts. The volume there is about 10K on these contracts. And so that satisfies sort of my base requirements. Same thing though here, guys, right? We're just going to be watching, seeing if this thing sets up. We don't want to let this stop loss get too big, but it'd be great if it would break down for us. So this requires a fairly punchy stop loss, guys, right? This is not going to be a huge size position. 75-cent stop loss, right? Not a huge position. I'm going about, yeah, 1/3 max position size here, right? Something along those lines. See if this thing can break down for us, right? Looking for a move under 388.40. Okay, I am in at 158.8 on those 385 puts on QQQ. 1/3 size. right, so we're so far right away in the money on this, right? Or at least this play is green. So let's even get this thing to flush a little bit for us and start to give us that follow through towards that 10% mark. Not quite getting there yet, so let's see if it can give us that little push and really get us across the line. But good little patience here, guys, right? We're getting rewarded so far. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out of this and see if we can get to entry protection mode. Once we're there, right, we're just a couple pennies away. I'm going to take a little bit off and then look to run the rest. So at this like 175 area, guys, I'm going to look to take off about 1/4 of my position and then hopefully keep getting a little bit of follow through past. All right, so we're creeping up there, guys. We're creeping up there. So I'm going to look to take some off here in just a second. And let's see if we can keep getting a little bit of follow through to the downside. Anybody else cast this with me here? And there it is, guys. Taking 1/3 off there at that 175. So now, right, stop loss at, we'll call it 162. And we're just going to see if this thing can keep giving us a little bit of follow through. But hey, nice little tidy win, guys. Nice little tidy win. Let's see if we can keep getting a little bit of some joy here. But shaping up great. Congratulations if you caught this. Nice work, Magnus. Excellent patience. Right? Excellent patience. Right? These things are starting to move on us now, guys. Right? So take some off. Right? Lock in some profit. Now let's see if we can get right that lottery ticket with 0 risk. So let's see if this thing can keep running for us. But we're in great shape here, guys. We are in great shape. We have a chance to hit that 386, 385 that we're sort of targeting. And now let's see if we can get there, right? If we kind of get that $1 move right towards that 388.50 zone, right, another 25 cents or so here on the underlying, I'm going to look to take just a little bit more off, right, lock in a little bit more profit, and then keep maybe about half my position on just to see if we can keep getting that big follow through, right? This is turning into a little nice day here, right? Turning into a nice little 1% day almost. So objective here now is to make sure that this doesn't go red, to not let to not give anything away here, and to kind of make sure that we're leaving, right, DTR Wednesday with a nice taste in our mouth. Do you guys understand why we filtered OA to QQQ instead of playing the SPY? So guys, gonna look to take some off here in a second, right? Gonna look to take a little bit more off here in a second as this thing kind of absolutely just keeps flying on us, right? So we're in great shape. See if we can get this thing to keep giving us a little bit of follow through. But so far so good here, everyone, right? So far so good. Exactly why we take profit off, right? And why we lock in along the way. You never know when this kind of BS is going to happen, right? Especially when we're dealing with a little bit of a choppy market, right? This is when we got to take profit on the way, right? On the way down or on the way up, right? Depending on sort of the relative strength. But otherwise, right, we can get stuck in these kind of nasty little whirlpools, right? So I'm still in here, guys, right? Still in here, about half my position left. Stop loss 162. So we're going to see if we can survive this wave. But there we go. I am out. So, right, didn't quite get that extra follow through, but make sure we lock in a little bit along the way. And there, right, we locked in, yeah, a little bit under 10% net win, right? So just keep stacking them up, guys, right? Keep stacking them up. No, risk reward wasn't good enough, right? So on the SPY, we were targeting a move towards this 462.50, right? Our entry would have been 462.75. So our nearest area of next resistance, right, was 25 cents away. So we're never going to get that stop loss justifiable, right, to enter that play. Whereas QQQ, we were kind of expecting a move towards that 385, 386, where it made it a lot more reasonable to get into a stop loss, right? Or made the risk reward, sorry, a lot more justifiable. So you always want to make sure, right? Risk reward's 2 to 1 or greater. If it isn't that, then we need to stay away. And we have to then qualify it too, right? If the reward is 10 cents, but the risk is 5 cents, like, is it worth it, right? Kind of thing. And so that's kind of what it came down to there with the SPY, where the reward of 25 cents for that first target, right? We kind of have to trust it. Right? Maybe our TA was wrong. We don't know, right? Well, I mean, who knows? But we have to give ourselves, right, that extra little calculation, that extra little hedge, that we're not just trying to see what we're trying to see, right? That we're not looking for confirmation bias, right? So if we just apply those rules for ourselves, we'll be all right. So not a busy day by any means, guys, right? But 2 for 2, 2 small wins, right? And they start to add up pretty quickly. So even if it's win by a million paper cuts, right? You're still winning. You're still adding up. You're still building your portfolio. And ultimately, right, that's the most important thing. Just keep stacking up those green days and everything else will take care of itself. Yeah, so I always, right, good example here. So might be a little bit cleaner on something like this Apple, right? So when I'm, just ignore these lines for a sec, right? Okay, so I'm looking at what Apple's resistance is here, or if that's sort of what I'm interested in. I want to make sure that I'm like looking at previous days highs and lows, right? That's always my starting point. So here, right, resistance or breakout area would have been this 151.64 area. Then I can see, right, sort of immediately, okay, I've got a trend line pattern. I know with trend line patterns, right, I want to get up and over the like the nearest point of contact on the trend line, right? That's going to be my confirmation. So upper resistance, right, so close, I'm just going to round it up towards that next area. To the downside, right, okay, we've got this kind of shelf that's forming at this 149.80. And so that's going to be my first sort of target, right? If I can break down under there, where can this thing now go, right? And so I'll just look at then the previous day's areas, right? So 148.50, right? It kind of seems to be a little bit of kind of reaction or a little bit of action around that spot, right? And then we kind of have a bit more underneath that, right? You have that next point of contact. So these are always sort of my my targets, right? I always try to figure out where I think it can go within sort of a day. What's a reasonable, what's a reasonable move within sort of a 1 day time period, and then hopefully try to take advantage of those. Exactly, right? And it keeps me from. I mean, there's a reason I like to play a handful of stocks. First, right, with these core five, I know that I'm going to consistently be able to get it's. They're going to consistently satisfy my execution requirements, right? So I know that I'm always going to be able to get in and out when I want, with the relative size that I want, right? So I'm never going to be restricted in that context. I can get in without moving markets. I can get out without moving markets, and I'll deal with very limited slippage in the meantime, right? So from an execution standpoint, right, that is a huge perk. But then, right, the second sort of thing, and this is just sort of how I was taught to trade, right? But no one who works at a fund or who works at a bank or works for a pension fund or something along those lines, right? They're not trading a new watch list every single day, right? They're not trading a new basket of securities every single day. They're focusing in on a specific sector or a specific asset class, or a handful of names within a specific technology zone. And the reason they do that is so you become an expert in those names, right? You start to build your intuition for how they move, right? For how they react intraday, for how they react to news, for how they move run up to earnings, right? You just start to gain this sort of familiarity, and that starts to make it a lot easier, right? And then right on top of that, you start to have a lot of confidence in, how the options are moving, right? You know what good volume is. So you just start to get a lot more information that makes it easier for you to see sort of the clear picture. Now, that doesn't mean you won't trade other names, right? But I generally find that when you're bouncing around, right, between too many watch lists and too many names, you start to hit a little bit of inconsistency because you're looking for the same thing in too many ways, and so instead of letting trades come to you, right, you're trying too hard to find a trade sometimes, and so that can compromise your process as well. And so, I mean, I think that's why that's why it works for me. And in all fairness, right, we trade these same five names, right, day in, day out, add in a couple here and there. But it's never like we have a lack of action, or if the market moves, right, we're not really getting involved. So if the market's going to move, right, it's going to move in QQQ, it's going to move in SPY, it's going to move in Tesla, and we'll be there to take advantage of it. For sure, right? And I mean, this is how I was taught, right? So when I started out trading, my first job, right, I sat down next to a senior trader. I sat over his shoulder and I asked him every single annoying question I could, right? And the only way you really learn, I think, and I think this is really misrepresented on Twitter and on Reddit and sort of all these other places, is that you can learn by reading a Discord alert, right? All these sort of stuff. And it's so BS, right? It's so BS. And the only way to really learn is to bulletproof your system, right? To gain consistency that way. And it's much easier if you follow the same stocks day in, day out. So I try to teach people the same way I was taught. I think it works. I think it has really good benefits, right? You learn a lot and you can profit while you learn. I think that's a huge perk. But those Discord alerts are really meaningless unless you can see why the guy is taking them, right? Or why the trader is taking them. Because they'll come back to you 6 hours later at the end of market close and they'll list off all these alerts, all these trades, and you have no idea how they held through them, right? It makes zero sense. And so if you can eliminate that sort of confusion, then you're going to do a lot better right away. Anna, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Welcome to the DTR family, and thank you very much for joining. For those of you who want to join, right, DTR full time, we've got some spaces limited. I appreciate that, Sid. Appreciate that. We got a few spaces left, guys, and doing a little giveaway. So once spaces are maxed out, going to do a trading PC giveaway up to 5K value. You take cash, you take the PC, whatever you prefer. But once DTR gets to 40 members, we're going to cap membership there for a little bit. And yeah, try to see if we can get everyone to start banking. So at least that VIX is climbing up though, guys, right? VIX creeping up towards that 20 handle. Fantastic. Maybe not for the rest of today, right? As it grinds up, we're going to get a bit of a grind down here, right? That's the way that the conditions have been all day, right? That's not going to change all of a sudden. But what it does is it opens up the door for that hopefully all day volatility for the remainder of the week. So been a pretty quiet week, quantity of trades wise, right? Quality of trades wise, it's going to be impossible to beat yesterday or pretty gosh darn hard. But right, hopefully, right, what this means or the way sort of today has been behaving, it's a little bit of volatility has stepped back into the market, and we do really, really well when that's when those are those kind of conditions. I remember I was reading this on Twitter. I was reading this thread about someone's Discord. This was like maybe not in September. I'm sure I retweeted it because it was so embarrassing. But this guy was running a Discord room, and he was running it for free, right, for the entirety of the pandemic. But then he said his employment insurance ran out, and so that's why he had to start charging people, right? Seems pretty shady. Like if you're making your money, or you're having you're supposed to be such a good trader, right? Maybe you shouldn't be telling people you're on EI. So just to highlight, right? It's really hard to get a fully transparent service. I'm never going to show you guys my execution account, right? Because I can't give you guys my account info. That's too shady, right? And so, yeah, I mean, So it's really easy to BS like the stuff, right? Especially behind the Discord. Um, and yeah, when I saw stuff like when you see stuff like that, it's just disgusting, right? Like that's just disgusting. So we're hanging out here, guys. We are hanging out for now, right? 8 to power hour now, right? 2 for 2 day. Nothing crazy, nothing big, but just stacking them up, right? Stacking them up. For myself personally, it is a 0.56% day. Nothing huge, right? Nothing huge. But we'll just keep adding them up, guys, right? They all count for something. If we're going to take 1,000 paper cuts, so be it, right? As you slowly scale up, as your account grows, as you double it every 70 days, right? Those little small paper cut wins end up being real big, real fast. So it's coming, guys, right? It's coming. Take your time. Don't rush it. This doesn't happen overnight, right? So just keep adding them up, keep growing, keep improving, and everything else will work out for you. I appreciate that, and yeah, thank you for joining the DTR family. Right, Thanks for joining. Yeah, here to help, right? So anything I can do to help you, right? So if you're struggling with that patience, um, honestly, the best way to learn how to do it, right, is monkey see, monkey do. So I know that's easier said than done, especially when things are boring. But that's why I try to talk into the mic as much as possible. And yeah, I mean, it's much easier, right, when we all can kind of keep each other honest, right? Keep ourselves disciplined, and you'll learn that very quickly. But it's gonna take a little bit of muscle memory to get that sorted out. So welcome to the DTR family. If you haven't sent me a message on Discord, can you please do that, and I'll get you into the members only room. Otherwise, right, you can you can hit me up on Twitter, right, on Discord for any questions you have, and I'll always get back to you as soon as possible. So if you had a trade today that you didn't like, or you had a trade tomorrow, right, that didn't go well or something, or you want to talk about some sort of issue that you're struggling with, right, send me a message. We're going to figure it out. We're going to work through it together. The more questions you ask and the more you get involved, right, the more I can sort of learn your sort of specific trading style and sort of what your strengths and weaknesses are, and then help you to kind of overcome them. So you're going to get, the more you can put into it, right, the more you're going to get out. And I'm never going to get annoyed by your questions. My personal learning style is I learn by teaching. I find that really motivating. So the more you can ask, right, the better. Man, like, this lack of follow through sometimes is so crazy, right? Like, beautiful candle here on QQQ, textbook. And it just gets no move, right? Instant recovery. It's really hard to be a bear still, guys, right? Like, one thing they talk about tapering, right? It's not like they're shutting the taps off, right? The tap's still running. They're still buying assets. It's just not buying them as aggressively. So it's still pretty. I think it's still pretty hard to be a bear here in this market, or at least in the short term. You've been watching that sector like a hawk today, eh, Sharon? Is there anything here that's like catching your eye? 'Cause I'm not seeing anything that looks super obvious. At least not in the 30. Yeah, possible bottoms here, right? These hammers, like it kind of looks like that. Good increasing volume on that BA, but right, I hate red hammers. The whole travel sector in general, right? You kind of have in that those similar setups. CLF isn't one, right? Like all these hotels, they all look very similar with these kind of like pseudo bottoms. Which airline are you looking at? So I'm kind of stuck between two minds here a little bit with these airlines. So first, like this 5 minute candle here in AAL, right? Pretty good, pretty strong, right? Outlier volume, this sort of stuff. And you're getting these. You're certainly getting some of these potentially like good candle profiles. I'm just trying to think of what the setup is here, right? So I'm not sure what that is because this for me doesn't look like a particularly clean bottom bounce, right? Even though this is going to be increasing volume here on the 50, I'm not exactly getting a candle here that says bottom, right? I'm not getting a bullish engulfing here okay, I'm getting a two-line strike, but I'm getting a two-line strike on decreasing momentum, and right after like what was a really high volume inside bar. So like I don't have a ton of confidence here or a ton of visual confirmation that bulls have reclaimed control here as a bottom. So it's hard to look at this for me as a reversal spot. It doesn't mean it won't happen. Doesn't mean it isn't one. It just, at least in that AAL, right, it's not that profile. Like on this BA on the 30, I would say this looks a little bit better, right? Especially if this volume could have gone engulfing on volume, I think that would be that would be your sort of A plus, right? Then reversal setup. But otherwise, I don't know if we're really getting any sort of candle signs of weakness, right, or candle reversal signs, kind of at the bottom of these patterns on sort of those shorter time frames, right? So for me, this looks kind of still bearish, right? Pressure pointing down, inside bar consolidation, right? Decreasing momentum, right? Candle smaller than the other one. So yeah, I have very little confidence that we're going to get much follow through there. I don't mean to shit on you. Like that's hopefully that's not how it's coming off. Yeah, it's just these scare me, right? This would be exactly what I want to see on a low vol pullback, right, to the downside. Maybe a little bit lower volume, but exactly that kind of candle. Okay, cool, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. That's all needs to be said. So yeah, like I think with these airlines, right? I mean, probably for tomorrow, this gap fill is going to start to look pretty tempting, right, on this BA. Couple rejections here now, right? Increasing volume on this rejection. Not fantastic volume, but I mean, increasing with 30 minutes to go, you might get a big boy that pushes this up towards that average mark, right? And so that gap play, right, starts to look pretty weak down towards that 210. With a negative earnings catalyst, right? Rejection at trend line. Certainly could be something here, but this to me still looks like consolidation in sort of like a daily context. So let that story kind of figure itself out. Another rejection at the trend line certainly seems like that downside probability is maybe a bit more likely now. I've been like starting to watch Bitcoin a little bit more like closely, right? As a it's going to start become tradable pretty soon here, right? Like this Bito ETF or whatever. Um, Man, it looks so hard to trade. Honestly, it doesn't seem like it's worth the hassle. And like 24 hours a day, I don't know if I like that either, right? They're going to be introducing 24-hour expiration SPY contracts where like they're tradable 24 hours a day, I think. And I think that's a terrible idea. I think so many people are going to get screwed by that, right? So when those changes come in, and they're going to be coming in, I think, end of the month. I think November 21st is what I was reading. Um, Stick to that, 9 to 4 trading time frame, right? Don't be trading crazy outside ridiculous hours that you normally wouldn't be trading, right? That makes no sense. It's going to be traps. It's going to be really, really thin volume from like European and Asian funds, right? They're going to be doing 2% of their European total flow in SPY or QQQ calls and puts, right, throughout the day. And so it's going to be very, very trappy action. It's going to be very, very deceiving, right? It's not going to be good at all. So don't, when things start becoming more available, don't get lured into falling into over trading it at that point, right? Take a break from the market, guys, right? It does your head good, and you don't need to be staring at these charts 24 hours a day. So, guys, any questions about today's trading action, right? Two trades, two for two, two small wins, nothing crazy. Yeah, nothing crazy. But yeah, any questions about why we took them, why we filtered certain plays, right? We traded QQQ both times. Um, yeah, it's strange how that goes sometimes. Call and a put. And yeah, I mean, not a big day, nothing crazy, but they all add up, right? Green is green. That's all that matters. End of the day. So any sort of questions here, guys? Happy to go over them. Otherwise, right, probably going to call this a little bit early. We're not getting any volatility. I'm not going to chase anything here now into the close. I'm happy to sort of to hit it at this number, right? It's been a mega week here after yesterday's monster. So let's make sure that we're being patient and disciplined, right? And yeah, right. It's so hard to make money in this, right? So let's not be dumb and just give it away because it's easy to. For those of you who are DTR guests, thank you very much for joining us on another successful DTR Wednesday. A lot of fun. If you guys want to trade like this day in, day out, right? I do run a trading room. A few members have chimed in, said some nice things. I don't think I've seen anything too nasty, so appreciate the kind words from everyone. But yeah, if you guys want to trade like this day in, day out, right? Join DTR. Spaces are limited at www.dtrtrading.com. And yeah, guys, my objective is to help you guys, yeah, just keep stacking up wins, right? Keep getting better. So let's keep having fun. Still going to stick around for another 10 minutes or so. But yeah, just if you guys have any last questions here, right, get them in before things get shut down. Yeah, you too, Sharon. Thanks for checking in. All right, guys, that's probably going to be it for the day there. Right. Appreciate everyone for joining. A lot of fun today. Hopefully we'll be keep crushing it the rest of the week. Right. Been a ton of fun. Like I mentioned, if you want to become a DTR member, join at www.dtrtrading.com. Otherwise, thank you so much. Feel free to hit me up on Discord, Twitter, Reddit, wherever you found me. If you have any questions, and I'll always make sure to get back to you. Otherwise, guys, have yourselves a great day, and have yourselves a fantastic DTR Wednesday. We'll see you all tomorrow or next week. Peace.